Okay. Okay, welcome back, crew. I left my desk sort of, my workbench rather, I left my workbench in sort of a disarray. I've got some fresh water here today. I've got a few things on the go. I've got our sep ready. And I've got some extra stuff on the desk here today. Get into that in a minute. Just going to preamble about what happened yesterday. So yesterday we worked our way through this. We have the sigils done. As you can see today, they've had some time to dry, so they look pretty okay. I'm content with them. I think they look good. We worked our way through the gem. The gem turned out really nicely now that it's dried. I think it turned out really, really, really good. We did an exceptional job there. And we started talking about what we're going to do next. Now, Fridays are going to be planning streams. This is my first Friday. I'm going to say this at the beginning of the stream that we're going to miss next Tuesday, or this Tuesday coming rather, because this Tuesday there's some life events that have to take place for the Astartes, so we're going to end up missing that, but we're going to compensate that with a Wednesday stream. So I mean, Wednesday stream is planned anyway, but just in case, and we'll just go over what happened for Tuesday on Wednesday, and we'll just catch up there as well. Just make sure all of our screens here are plugged in. Cool. And what else is going on today? Right, so we finished working on this guy yesterday. I did very light Xanathol with him. I did Mechanicus Standard Gray and then a Gray Seer on top of him, just so he had some lighting. Mechanicus Standard just from upshot, and then Gray Seer from the top down, just so it would have some very light lighting. I could have had some Corax White. I chose not to, because Corax White would just be a little too much. Some things we get to think about with this guy is, you know, he's a magic user, so what does magic look like on something like this? And we'll cross that bridge when we get there, because we have some magical flames here. And he's a sorcerer. Couldn't go light on the colors with him today, but we'll get there when we get there. Other big project today, big one. So we have this flame. This flame is going to sit right in the middle of our Nexus Chaotica, right beneath the gem and right above the pit. So we've got to get this looking pretty good. Might need a little more cleanup, but we've got something to deal with this. So we're going to resin cast him. And last night I printed out this. So what this is, move this out of the way. This is a box. I 3D printed this, FDM printed. I tried to get the inside as smooth as I could. And I printed it as 2 halves. Get these halves correct here. Just like this. So they're quite large. I mean, larger than necessary, so we won't use a lot of material here. But the goal is that these sit on top. And we just press them together, and then we're going to tape them together. Just because tape works just as well for 3D prints. So it'll look fine. Oh, I've got these upside down. Should be this way. There, now they sit together better. And all they're going to do is just hold the piece inside. We need some blue tack to keep it down. And then we're just going to fill around it with our 2-part mold making medium. I've got all the stuff I need to do that. And to get this to stay down, we're just going to glue it in place. The pressure alone is pretty good to hold it in place. Like, I can hold it and it wants to stay. So that's pretty good, you know, tolerances all around. But I want things to be sure, so, you know what, I might just leave it the way it is and then just tape the sides. I think that would probably do it. So yeah, that's the plan today, is get that out of the way and then get some painting done. And get this guy painted as our sorcerer for our AoS army. I noticed that after I put some zenithal on that there was still a little crack that showed up there. Try and get this on camera best I can. So that crack is not something we want to see right away, so we are going to try and get that filled again today. I filled it yesterday with a thin wash of liquid green stuff, but it might need to go thicker and then just sand it down. If we're gonna do that, we'll do that. We'll do that first so it has time to dry, and then we'll start on this thing so we've got some space in between. Move my wet palette out of the way. I won't need that just yet. Oh, and here's we had a good laugh yesterday about the instructions for this guy. So this is the commander of Zarketh, Bane of Law. He's a chaos sorcerer for the Slaves to Darkness. His instructions are a single page. He has one weapon. Okay, so before we get into this, because I want to optimize my time here, we're going to come back to this real quick. Once I rescue that piece that just dropped. It's been rescued. Okay, so let's start with some stuff that we know is going on. So I want to get this guy kind of cleaned up. So again, I'm going to use this brush because apparently it's good and you can just squeeze stuff out of it. It did hold the color that I was told it wouldn't. So that's more contrast paint. It is what it is, I guess. Okay, gives a little shake. Use our little thing here. And today's our planning stream, so we're going to talk about what it is we're going to do Wednesday and what it is we did today, this week. So this is our reflect and plan. We looked at Conflict 47, and that's really interesting, and that might be a stream some point in the future. We talked about our CSM and how we're going to try and approach those Space Marines. A little bit more here. And I'm not worried about the zenithal here because we can always clean that up with just some gray sear and just a very light coat, and no one will really notice the difference. I just want that line fixed. And again, I'll do something similar as I did last time, which is just feather out the edges with some water. You won't notice if it's feathered. I say you, but what I mean is on the tabletop, no one's going to notice if it's feathered. Only if the colors look weird. And then this is going to get some color over top of it anyway, so I'm not too worried. So you can still see the bead line there, so I think I just need to keep pushing it in. Oh yeah, it's looking a lot better. Yeah, I've got some 1,000 grit sandpaper here. I'll just grab after I get some pouring done here. Wait for this to dry. That almost looks better. I think I want a little bit more in there. Again, we'll just feather this stuff down. There's a little bit of moisture, we'll feather it. There. That looks pretty good so far. Alright, we'll let that dry. Put that back in there because I'll need it, maybe. Okay. Now we take our blue tack. I'm just going to stretch it out till it's nice and thin. Just so it's heated up again, because warm blue tack likes to stick better than anything else. Grab some water here while I do that in a second. I'm going to grab just a little bit. Now I got to find the foot. Oh, here it is. Okay, how's this look? Let's clean it up just a hair. Let's remove some of that glue shelling. Grab my knife here. Just clean up just a little bit. Just clean up glue lines, really. Just so it looks smooth. Nothing else. Just because the Citadel glue dries really aggressively. So we're just giving this the best possible chance it can to be smooth. And that's really all it is. I think that's pretty good. Yeah, cut that down, but I kind of want the whole base to have it, so I'm going to press this out just a little bit more. Just because this has got a bit of a wide base. And just using a 2-part rubber mold making kit by Let's Resin from Amazon. Cool. This looks pretty good, I want to say. And I don't need to spray this with mold release, which is even better. Oh yeah, that's down there good. That's really good. It turned out perfect. Sweet. Okay. Part 2, Electric Boogaloo. So get these together, nice and flat. I'm going to grab a little bit of blue tack here. And just going to pin the corners. Just because I don't want it shifting on me. And this will just stop major shifts, nothing else. Okay. Now the fun part is, how do you fix these lines down the side? How do you keep it from opening? Well, tape. It's gonna be loud, so I apologize. But what we're going to do, just tape the side, just like this. And then apply some tape just tight along here. Oh, too tight. Tight along here. There. And all we're going to do is just lap the tape over itself. Because all we're doing is just creating a box. There we go. And just again. Just like that. And that's pretty well all we need. I'm just going to take a little bit more blue tack here, and just because the seams, I'm just going to punch some just down there at the bottom of the seam. And then on the opposite side as well. And all this is going to do is just make sure that this is just sitting nice and tight against it. And then we'll put a little bit more up here just to prevent it from separating right away. Now I could have done blue tack down both seams, and that would probably been just as easy, I guess. This is just poster tack's all it is. I am still worried about leaking at the bottom here, so I might put a little more along here, just to base it. I think that's what I want to do. I could use hot glue. But I can't find my glue gun. So we're gonna use some blue tack. Just because I'm lazy. And we're doing this step because what can happen is, even though we've got it pretty tight together, it can still leak out the bottom. Because the mold making material will actually get really thin. We just don't want it to be thin. We want it to be thin, but we don't want it to leak out. Now, I'm not sure how much material I should use here. I'm going to eyeball it. I've seen people use rice. Rice would work really well. I do things kind of ratchet here, so I don't sort of do things always the right way. But this is just another mod for the Nexus Chaotica. Okay, this should almost do it. If it's not solid, we'll find out later. And I'm just going to throw a little material up here, just near the top, just to create a little bit of pressure. It isn't necessary, but why not? Okay, that should hold, I would think. If it doesn't, we'll find out. Okay. That looks pretty good there, I would say. Now we only need to fill to about here. So just to where this is going to land right about here. So we should be safe. How I'm going to figure this out is I've got a scale from AoS Basics. It's a little clean. I'll put this away. And we've got material here. Good. Zero that out. Make sure it is zeroed. I spilled water on this yesterday, so see how it works. Oh, there's a little material on the side of it. Oh, I should have brought gloves. It's fine. Okay. I think that might be too much. We're gonna say, I don't know, I guess 34 milliliters. We're gonna start with that and see if that's enough. It might not be. You know what? I don't think it is. Let's go to 40. I lied, let's go to 44. In this, like I said, maybe too much, but that's okay if it is. We're just trying to get it as close as we can. Okay, so we need to go to 88. We're just going to be slow. Just because the nylon chains will start connecting. Well, not nylon, sorry. The chains will start connecting together. We're going to 88, by the way. Four more. 5, 6, 7. So close. 8. Okay, now this mold making material, you get a couple minutes to work with, but you gotta stir the crap out of it. So we need a second to settle, and then we'll start slow, just trying to introduce everything together. Just like a nice little handshake. I can feel it starting to get tougher. So we're going to start getting more aggressive. Really aggressive. It's going to introduce some bubbles, but that's okay. I don't need a pot for this or a chamber to reduce bubbles. Predominantly and primarily because I don't need to worry about bubbles too much. Oh god. It's getting really aggressive. The more aggressive you get, the more friction you introduce, the more it's going to settle. So we're just going to keep that rolling now. Rolling, and adjusting. Oh, freaking starting to get hand cramp now. And then we can just shake it a little bit and then go back to gentle, because you can see the bubbles starting to come up. So we're gonna just bring that out to the edge and just try and loop it over, and then keep it moving, keep it looping. Muffled moo. Definitely drank paint water before and probably some paint at one point. I am so bad for almost doing that. I try to keep my glass over here and try to keep my water bottle over here so I don't do it, but without fail, I'm so used to having things on the right that I'll set it down and go, oh, I need a drink. And without fail, I grab this every time. It is terrible. Also, welcome to the stream. Welcome to the crew. Sometimes just looked too much like I end up drinking it. Oh, I know. They look too good. I don't know what it is, but like as soon as you put like a little bit of Mephiston red in here, it always looks like fruit punch. So we're gonna get to painting here in a second. This is just, I wanted to get this casting done for part of my Nexus Chaotica. Since you're just joining in, I'll show you it again real quick on stream. So this is where we made off last time. We have our sigils kind of painted, we got the gem painted. So we're gonna do a resin clear flame inside of here, because on the bottom here, we put together a light, and that light is just a flickering candlelight that we have a full circuit made for. So it's going to look fantastic on the tabletop, but having that extra little layer of resin inside of there is just going to really sell the effect and make it look like the flames coming up and flickering. But to do that, we've got to get this in here. So I'm going to try and get this as slow as I can. And I really want this to be a really slow slow mold pour, because I want all the distance in the world. Love figures though, I don't have the patience to paint them, which is funny because I love making cosplays and have a Battle Sister cosplay. You have a Battle Sister cosplay? Right on. Is it, oh gosh, which, I don't know all the Battle Sister lore or all the factions just yet for it, or sub-factions. I know there's the regular ones that have the black armor, and there's ones that have the red armor. I can't remember which one that is. I think it's one's Sister Catherine and one's the something roses? Or did you go with the default? Red armor, nice. Not a lot of people do like the sub-faction stuff. It's like when you see Space Marine cosplays, people do like, here's, you know, Black Templar or an Ultramarine, and that's cool, but like there's so many other cool ones you could do, like Night Lords, or at some point in the stream here we're going to be making Chaos Space Marines. So I'd love to see someone do like Chaos Space Marine armor. I almost had the patience for doing cosplays at one point, and I wanted to get into it, and I built a gold Space Marine cosplay circa 2012, and it's just, it did not turn out well, and I stayed out of Warhammer for a very long time. I feel like I found a place for this. We'll say it right here. And I'll just gonna check to make sure this is loading correctly. Oh yeah, it's going very well. Oh, too fast. Oh yeah, it's coming up well. I need to be probably about here, I want to say. My favorite one is Dark Angels, but I'd love to make the armor. Didn't think I'm tall enough to pull off the fit though. Dark Angels are really cool. Yeah, I mean, if you could always use stilts if you wanted to be taller. But I totally hear you. I love the Dark Angels, how they have that, like, the cloak on them. I just think that's so cool. They're like a more hardcore version of the Black Templar. Oh, we're almost there. You know what? I might have mixed just enough. Love the wings and the helmet. Yes. Dark Angels? I'll have to check that up again. I might be thinking of the wrong thing. I know Night Lords had the helmets with the wings. Or is that Alpha Legion? You know, I'm so all over the place when it comes to Chaos stuff that I'm not sure. Oh my god, that was just enough material. Holy crap. I eyeballed that. Dark Angels, let me, just a second here. Dark Angels. Or is it Night Lords? I think it was the Night Lords that had the wings. Yeah. Yeah. It's like... well maybe, I don't know, sometimes you see them with like horns. You know the case. Oh no! See, this is why we put the blue tack around, because you can see it already starting to poke out. Yeah, I'm really glad I put that blue tack down. Holy moly. Well, it's a good thing it's there, I'll tell you that much. It's recent too, I just started playing. I didn't know someone who was friend-shaped was not my friend. They kicked my shit in. That's how it goes. Friend-shaped things suck. Well, the Chaos Legions do. Yeah, they are really good at doing that. I gotta play more Space Marine too. I was beating the crap out of Tyranids, and that was one of my gripes about Space Marine 2, is that it's fun to go and kill Tyranids, but there's just so many. It was rough but funny. Alright, so another thing we're doing on stream today is we've got this guy. We just finished putting some liquid green stuff, and we feathered it out with a little bit of water. Well, make sure I can actually see that. There we go. And we did that because there was a little bit of a crack down there. This is my sorcerer for Age of Sigmar. His name is Zarketh, the Bane of Law. So, the goal today is to get him painted. I've got to get this green figured out, so I think what I'm going to do first is try and scrape it down and see how far that gets me. Oh yeah, that's working. And then from there, we're going to throw some gray cedar over top of it. Man, it's like magic. Just like magic. Although that can change color though. In Space Marine 2, mine are pink and be blue and gold. Have you ever seen the Maid Marines? Those are absolutely hilarious. And a valid faction, like a valid chapter. Oh yeah, that's coming out really nicely. I'll throw some gray cedar on that, you won't know this difference. The baby colors on the Marines are just so funny. I love it. Throw them over there. I don't really need this right now. I just kind of brought it with me. Ooh, that's getting hot. Throw that over there as well. Okay, let's start with, not Dawnstone. Look for gray cedar. I've got Ashen Gray, Mechanicus Standard Gray. That's probably going to have over here as well right now. I love one girl who builds figures and they're girly pop. They're amazing. Oh, I think I've seen them on Instagram. Oh gosh, what is their name? It's like Vampy something. And I love them. Oh gosh, where are they? I'd have to go look them up on Instagram. But they are just hilarious. Also, if you're an Instagram user, check out Nuka Kitten. She's got some really cool tutorials on how to paint like stuff. Yes, and they're sparkling glitter. Yes, I follow her specifically because they're just like, unhinged isn't the word. It's just amazing. I live for it. Live for it. Where's my gray cedar? Am I crazy? I've got Dark Reaper up here. Thunderhawk Blue. Did I just not bring Grey Seer out to the table? What a shame. What a shame. Oh no, it's right here. It's just separated. There we go. Now it's back together. Oh yeah, that's perfect. Okay. Need a brush. And I'm going to use a dry brush. Just because I can kind of feather it a little easier. Yeah, I was first introduced to her Instagram. Oh gosh, about a couple months ago. And I found it kind of just looking through like painting stuff on Instagram. For 40k, and it just was incredible. Like, I was watching Rhinestones, and she had Sisters of Battle. She was doing a stained glass window, I think was the other thing too. Like, she has some really amazing looking dioramas too. Like, I was greatly amazed. Not that I'm not easily impressed, because I am easily impressed, but I just thought it was just really well done. Like, the effort that she put into it was just incredible. And it takes effort to do this stuff. Like, painting 40k is its own sort of like therapy session, I call it, but it's just sort of nice and calm to just have an activity that you can just sort of chill and focus on, you know. Just so much stuff going on all the time that just having a way to just relax and turn your brain off for a bit and appreciate something and its completeness. And it's almost an art form, right? Like, something is built, but it's up to you to decide how it looks. It's a lot of fun. For me, this is a great way to just relax. Okay, so I got a lot of Grey Seer here, and that's okay. I've got a cotton ball. I want to make it flashy in my own touch. I'm excited. Definitely. Oh, if you want really flashy, so AK has a series of paints. I don't have, well, I've got one or two of them somewhere here. But they have neons. So if you want like super bright, you can do that too. If you want like flatter like pastel colors, check out Army Painter, because they've got like baby yellow, baby blue, and like a baby pink as well. I've got them somewhere in my my roster, because I was on the same kick where I saw her video and I was like, you know, that'd be really fun to do, like especially with like a night or something where it's like baby yellow with like white trim and like pastel pink and pastel blue, and I just got really involved with it, and I thought it'd be really cool to do. Rhinestones are kind of like the big flex though on those sorts of things. I don't know if you thought about rhinestones, but putting a few of them for like eyes or like on the cannons, that'd be sweet. And actually, even like resin pouring like some like eyes and stuff, that would be really cool. Maybe we'll do that some stream here. Actually, I'm gonna put this on here and get it wet. I don't know why I went from there. I'm just sort of wet blending this. A little bit of water on there. And just sort of smooth it across. It won't look great, but it'll look better than what I had. I'm not trying to get it perfect, I'm just trying to get some color on it. Oh hey, thank you for the follow. So do you normally play or do you just paint? Oh, sorry, you said painting's kind of a pain. Yeah. I see a lot of people do like gray tabletop, and like it's sort of, when I'm playing, I like to have all my miniatures painted. What's kind of your take on that? Like, do you like how do you play? Like how do you like what do you enjoy playing? Throw that back there. Grab some more. Or do you enjoy playing? I know some people that like to kit bash. I think this is turning out pretty good. I love playing it. I enjoy playing it with friends and yapping. I'm overly childly. There's nothing wrong with that. I'm the same way. I get into my local Warhammer store, and I've been tabled every time I play AoS or 40k. Like, I've never, it's a lovely thing, but I love playing Helldivers with friends, or Space Marines 2. Nice. Space Marine 2 was a lot of fun. I didn't get all the way through it, but I got pretty far, and it just was just a fun fucking time. I wanted all the Black Templar stuff I could get my hands on, because I'm predominantly a Black Templar aficionado, I guess. And so I got some painted pieces, and I just really wanted as much Black Templar stuff as I could, get my hands on. And so, actually, that's not turned out too bad. A little bit more blending here, and this will be good. So I got the Black Templar packs for Space Marine 2. I played a little bit online. I played the first one, 2, and Darktide. Darktide, sorry. I haven't played the first one or Darktide yet. I had a friend that used to play Vermintide, and that looked like it was a lot of fun. At the time, this is kind of selfish to say, but or kind of weird to say, I guess, but I didn't play a lot of 40k or anything for a very long time. I guess the lore of Brother Exhaust is here. It's kind of burnout brush is that when my brother was into Space Marine, because his friend was in Space Marine 2, they went to the local Warhammer store that we have here, and they were doing an Armies on Parade, and I got there, and my brother was there with his friend, and they had this Armies on Parade diorama that his friend put together, and it was a box of grass. And I was like, I don't understand why you would bring a box of grass. That just seems really weird to me. And I was in that stage of my life where I was like, oh, that's not cool. That's kind of lame, whatever. Hindsight, 2020. Now I don't care what people have. Just, get into the hobby, do stuff, right? And that sort of pushed my buttons in a weird way and inspired me to be like, let's go make a diorama. I need something that looks cool. And I got into Slaves to Darkness because they seem really cool. And I built this giant diorama for Slaves to Darkness with some corn alignment, I should say. And so it's like a sigil of corn, resin cast with skulls in it, and LEDs. And it's got like a top level, and it's painted. I showed it on stream here once. I can go grab it again. But it was this giant display. Oh, you know what? I'll be right back. I'm going to go grab my my army. One sec. I got the army. I got the Slaves of Darkness. And so I was painting up these guys because I wanted to have this diorama built in time for Armies on Parade. Because I just loved the way that these things looked. Like the flesh and everything was just so cool. And I just kept going and going and going and painting. Eventually I got to the modification stage of my Demon Prince. And then thematically I was like, how do I fit this guy in? So, and this is all brushwork. And so I was like, you know, I'm gonna give him a place to be summoned from. So I had that Burning Sigil, and the Burning Sigil is just really up there. Thank you, I appreciate that. It was a labor of love, to put it gently. It was a lot of hours spent. So yeah, I ended up with an Armies on Parade thing, which ended up really cool because I ended up getting a commendation for like being a year, and I got one of these. So I've just been inspired to just keep going and just keep painting. And the funny thing is that when you have so many units that you put together and so many models you put together, and you go, well, what do I do with these now? Because they're just sitting on a shelf. So I started playing, and now that I've been playing for, I want to say like a month or two, maybe 2 months, because I'm part of a league. Sorry, I have stuff everywhere here. I started building everything to get my hands on for Slaves of Darkness, thus the Burning Sigil for the Nexus Chaotica. And like I said, I've gotten tabled every time I play now as a result, but it is just so much fun to play. And the community here is fantastic for 40k and AoS. And I didn't realize that this game could be so much fun until I started playing, and it's just interesting to go down that route, because I feel like people take the other route, like they go out and they buy a box and they go, oh, I'll do this, and then they know what they're going to do. And I just feel like I took the complete opposite route. I started with kind of like an angry stance where I was like, oh, I could do that. And that's what sucked me in. And the worst part is that, like, when I got there, I bought my first box, which was Black Templar, and I didn't get these guys the attention they deserve. I did painting sub-assemblies. I didn't paint the shoulders first. I just started edge highlighting. I wanted the bases to look cool. And it's one of those things I gotta get back to. One of those things I gotta put time into again. So they're kind of my reminder that that anger doesn't solve all problems. You have to have a sense of want. So now I want to paint. Now I want to build things. Now I want them to be cool. Okay, so we got some Gracier on this guy already. And it kind of didn't blend super well, so we're gonna maybe just keep it the way it is, I guess. I got rid of the line that was there, so that turned out really well. It's nice and smooth. We are going to think about what we want to do here, because this guy, I don't have the box from anymore. Oh wait, no I do, I've got the booklet. Oh, if you're just joining now, right. So here's the booklet for his Architect, the Bane of Law. That's it. One page. It's a lot of detail. Don't get caught up. It's a lot of detail. So, all my units and all my models are attuned to like corn. That's just how it is thematically. So I think I'd like to keep him kind of in that corn space. So to do that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to try and get some of these colors to sort of match. And then when it gets to the flames, we'll deal with that when we get there. But let's start with, I think the cloak is the way to go. Also, we got to think about how to base this thing today. I've got some basing materials, and I don't normally base minis, but we're going to try that. So, see what happens. Okay, so first things first. I think the cloak is going to be probably Black Legion, I think is the way to go. switch out for the contrast bus. Also, you ever play the game Barney? Barony. I love that game so much, it's amazing. Barony. Barony. Let me look up Barony. I haven't heard of that yet. First person roguelike. Ooh. Oh, this looks so fun. Oh, it's like almost like a Doom shooter. Hold on, let me show you what I'm looking at here, just so you can see what I'm looking at. Browser, this, and then, oh no, I don't want browser, my apologies. I want screen, capture, this, share. Okay, so this is what I'm looking at for Barony. This looks like a lot of fun. It sort of reminds me of like RuneScape, almost. Oh, video's not available, okay. Very RuneScape-esque. But also like Doom-esque. I'll have to give this a shot sometime. You can play different classes in racing. You travel through floors with no save unless you end the game. Whoa! I don't know if I have the attention for no save. Or not attention. I don't know if I have the skill for no save, rather. But I could try it. I'm gonna look up a YouTube video here on Barony. Used to 8 players, but changed it to 4 so they could have crossplay. Oh, it's crossplay! Does that mean it's available for, like, PlayStation? Let's see. Platforms. It's available for Nintendo Switch and Linux. Oh, it's available for Linux. Took me 100 hours to beat all 3 bosses. That's terrifying. Kudos to you. Linux mention, yeah. I am a Linux user, thus the Chaos Space Marines. But it's available for Switch. Huh. Everyone's a little shit at something. I'm gonna have to check this out. I'll pick this up after stream, and I'll give it a shot. But I think I might like it, actually. Thanks for the suggestion. Oh, you know what was introduced to me yesterday, too? I was talking to another chatter, and they were mentioning that there was some really cool models of a tabletop game called Conflict 47. And man, you get like mech walkers and stuff. That was just really badass. Like they had, it's like Soviet era kind of looking tech. Oh, I love the aesthetic. I'm a big Fallout fan, so anything that's in that space kind of always gets... Oh no! We've got leaking! Okay, that's negatable. Just put on the paper towel. And you know, it's just rubber, so whatever happens, we'll just pull it up. No big deal. No big deal. It's all good. No problem. It's all good. It's all good. Okay. Let's see how Black Legion works here. You know what? I think I will use this brush from now on with the contrast paints. I heard somewhere from my local game store, the manager there, who's also like a big time player. I remember someone telling me about that game before. It looks so badass. Conflict 47. I didn't know about it until yesterday, and when I finally get to look at it, it just, oh, I love it. Like, I don't know if I got the money for it, but like, I definitely want to play it. Or at the very least, like, build the models for it. They just look so cool. There's some space in here. I think I'm going to have to paint up in here. Yeah. I'll paint over this for now, but I'll just come back over it later. Man, I love the way this looks. This model's just so cool. Like, every GW sculpt is going to look cool. Well, I shouldn't say that. There's a few that aren't quite there. But, you know, that's part and parcel, I guess. Introduce a little water here just to thin it out some. Just to feather it. Just so the paint looks relatively consistent. Hey, Simple Dots, welcome to the crew again. We were talking about Conflict 47. Again, thank you for introducing me to that yesterday. And a rogue-like game called Barony. Looks like it'd be a lot of fun. It's like a dungeon crawler, no saves, and it's basically like 8 bosses, like a ton of levels. It's got similar aesthetic to like I think I said a similar aesthetic to RuneScape, but I don't feel like that's the most appropriate thing to say. Highly recommend Barony. It's awesome with friends too. I will. I've got some friends with Switches, and I've got a Linux laptop, like I said, and I think I've got my Windows PC kicking around, so I could sit down and play that. Play some Barony with them. We're painting up the Zarketh being a law today. I did start doing the resin cast. It's the, not resin, sorry, it's the rubber mold for the resin. Looks like Legends of Grimlock playwise. Gameplay-wise. Legends of Grimlock. I haven't heard of that one yet. I'll check it out here in a minute once I get this color on the model. Just throwing a contrast paint on kind of everywhere. Just so it just gets into all the recesses. And I'll worry about cleaning up a little bit later. Let me know if y'all can't see it. Oh, that reminds me, I made a short off of the, of what we were talking about there yesterday, Simple. Tuned in late since I had to get my car from mechanic. No worries, man. Hope everything's okay with it. And that you get your winter tires on. I'm just kidding, I know you get your winter tires on. Okay, that black is going to sit and dry for a minute. I think that's, oh, it's a little bit up in here. I could do that too, just so it's all the way through. Now it's fine. I would hope so. If your car came back from the mechanic and it wasn't fine, I'd be more worried than anything. Just mortified. Fun story, actually. Now that I've said that, I do have a story about something like that. A couple, but one of them for sure. So where I live, you know, it's kind of a slower way of life, and people sort of, you know, do the best they can, I guess. And this is when I was much younger. I have multi-season tires on. Oh, that's good enough. We have winters here, and then we have all seasons, but we have winter tires specifically just for the winters here. But yeah, so my dad was getting the car done. Yeah, his car, I should say, done. And he took it to an auto body shop that was pretty decent. And they told him that he needed brakes, needed this, needed that, needed that. And, you know, he's very kind of naive, and he said, okay, we'll do all that. And, sorry, just like the head flicking. So he got the tires done with them, and he got the brakes done. And they let him leave after he paid, I think it was like $600 for everything all said and done. And this is like in the 90s. And so he's driving down the road, and he's putting the brake right to the floor, like as hard as he can. And he just goes, I don't know what's going on here. So he like can't get the car to stop, So he starts using the emergency brake, trying to like park around. He gets back to the shop. They didn't put any brake fluid in the lines. They put the new brake lines in, no brake fluid. Absolutely crazy. Let's see here. What was the other thing we're talking about? Grimrock? Grimrock. Share what I'm seeing here. Just so we talk about Grimrock together. Grimlock. Oh, this looks cool. This reminds me of... Oh man, there's so much stuff here. It sort of reminds me of Thief. If you've ever played Thief, that is a really fun game. In mine, I had to replace timing gear. Oh, good lord. Thankfully, timing gear... Well, timing gear means you got to take basically half the engine apart to get to it. Jeez. And then you need a timing belt because the old one's going to be screwed up because of it. So this is Grimrock. Grimrock looks cool. And then this is Barony. Barony looks like it's a lot of fun. I'm going to turn the audio off and we'll watch it. Crude humor. I like crude humor. For Switch. 5 days without a car. Ugh. Did they at least give you like a rental or like a one you can use? This is really fun looking. He can just shoot people at random. Can you throw plates? Is he throwing plates? Oh my god, the boulder. That, whoa, hold on, whoa. That looked really badass. 1 second here. 1 second here. That. Dude. You're a gaming guy also, or do you prefer like other activities? I don't do a lot of gaming. I prefer like just the hobby stuff. But I do some gaming every now and then. It's very rare that I do any PC gaming. I do a lot of like racing. I've got like a G923, the Demon Boss, he's in hell. It looks so cool. I've been gathering inspiration for like when I paint things because I'm always like I need a place to start when I'm painting something. And sometimes it's nice just to have like some photos or something I want to paint. Baphomet, nice. Big Baphomet fan. As you can tell. Yeah. I love it. I'm going to take a screenshot of that just for my sanity. There. Yeah, I like having like reference photos. I started putting together a playlist on my YouTube there last night. I just like painting tutorials and things. At some point I'm going to be doing the Chaos Space Marines. I have a list of them. Well, not a list. I have my booklet here. And I like these guys. I like the way they look. I'm really into like this skin. And I want to do like bruised and bloody skin and like some like gore effects and make it look like they're disfigured and coming into being like monsters. And so that's oh, I can't wait for that stream. That stream's gonna come after we finish the Razorback though, which we're getting closer on. That one needs some attention. That'll happen after this stream. This stream is working on this guy and planning what we're going to do Wednesday. Tuesday I have to be available for something else, so I won't be able to stream Tuesday, but Wednesday I'll be back. This is the Razorback. Its primary mods are, if I can get the power on it again. It has LEDs. So I put some LED mods in the lights. I put some in the back there. It might be hard to see with this on. There. Put that on. Got red LED in the front for the cabin. And then there's some LEDs in the back here for the back hatch. It just looks really cool on the tabletop. So that's kind of why I'm hoping to get that done on probably the next stream, or not next stream, but get it done within the next few streams. Turn that back on for now. As Simple Dots found out yesterday, I do a lot of mods. Okay, so we got Black Legion on the garb here, which is really cool. Next is this armor. Ooh, armor or this? I might do the armor. Yeah. What is the armor? Is it just more? Yeah, I can get away with that. What do I want to do though? I saw a tutorial once that showed me this armor mix. I think I'm going to try that. So what it was, I've got a lot of colors here in my palette. I apologize. I'm going to use this pot here. We're going to throw a little bit of Black Legion. I'm going to use not this brush because I want to be able to mix it. I'm going to use a much larger brush, like a base brush for this. A little water on that. I'm going to grab some Black Legion, throw it right there. A little bit more, 2 pots of it. That's probably good enough because it's not a big model. And then we're going to use Black Templar, which is right here. Oh no, I almost lost a brush there. Oh, my music stopped. No, it's just playing the next song. Okay. We're going to grab 2 little bits of Black Templar here. 1, 2, and they look exactly the same. They're just black, right? But the Black Templar has blue in it. Why is that important? Because we're going to use some Lamian Medium. That Lamian Medium is going to do one thing. It's going to thin it. So we're going to use basically a 2-to-1 ratio. So we're going to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. One more is 8, and then we're going to mix them all together. I want to get this off my base brush because my base brush is just too big. I started basing my death guard before the stream, only paying for like an hour, but still progress. Yes! Any progress is progress. Any progress is progress. I'll say it again. Any progress is progress. Super proud of you, dude. Basing is hard as shit. I don't even know how I'm going to base this guy, so I'm going to rely on you guys to give me a hand to figure that one out. I'm hoping at least. Let's see here. So when I put this on, look, again, it looks black, but when I go here on the paper, it starts to fade out. So I'm going to put it on just very gently over top of the armor. You see, it kind of goes gray. And that's sort of why I like this armor, so it goes gray. You know what I could have done? Is I could have put some silver on this first. I need to remember to do that for the next ones. Because it's a carapace, right? And I'm just not being gentle with the paint here. I'm just kind of slathering it on. Just because I want it to just go everywhere. Painting for an hour is still painting for an hour, man. Like, don't discredit effort. If you only work for an hour, you work for an hour, right? Like, you still got paid. So, you know, painting for an hour is your payment. Result is your payment, rather. The effort you put into paint is your work. Oh yeah, it's starting to turn out gray, which is nice. Gray with like a hint of blue in there. I'm sure Muffled Mo would say, from a cosplay perspective, that like doing anything for cosplay can be a bunch of work. If you love it, it can have great results. I've done some cosplays before, and like the effort it takes to find something and look at it and go, okay, this is good. It looks like the character, and then not be hypercritical of it is a pain in the butt. Especially when it's like, the character looks this way. The character has this trait, and it's like, I will never look like that. But the reality is it doesn't have to. You just have to come into the character and just feel like the character. And so I translate that to painting. Like, it has to feel appropriate. But progress is progress. Look at that. Armor's starting to turn out gray. That's kind of awesome. It's like not too dark, not like the robes, so the robes are still dark enough. Oh yeah, this is gonna be sick. I wish I could credit the guy that like put out the video for this tutorial, because I can't remember who it was, but it was just a really fantastic idea. Oh, a little bit of armor up in there. Hard part's finding all the armor pieces, because they're just kind of hidden. Cool. Oh, there's another one. I always forget about this piece down here, the bottom part of the bust. I had the problem with my Chaos Warriors. Actually, I got my Chaos Warriors right next to me. This guy was one of my first ones to finish, and I had forgotten about that little piece down there for so long. I love painting and sewing cosplays and designing them. I don't care about people's thoughts on if I don't fit the canon, because it's not something I want to fix, or sometimes can control. It's lovely to take and do whatever makes you happy and smile. Why paint liner, but extremely dry in here. The paint just dry all the time. Yes. If you want your paint to stay wet longer, you can use a dehumidifier, or humidifier rather. Something. Is it dehumidifier? Whatever introduces moisture back in the air. Squidmar does it. It's a huge thing. And yes, if you can take what you do and it makes you happy and it makes you smile, then it doesn't matter what anyone else thinks, right? I like the way this is turning out. I like that recipe. I like it a lot. Yeah, I would really highly suggest, I think it's a dehumidifier. I'm going to mix those two up. I'm always going to think one's the other and one's the other one. One second, I'm going to clarify here. Okay, so dehumidifier removes moisture. You want a humidifier. Okay. I used to have a spray ball to miss projects. Let me try quick. That's a really good idea too. Like spritzing water into the air. That's really smart. I actually wouldn't have thought to do that, truthfully. Man, I love the way this armor looks. Okay, sorry, I'm getting sidetracked. Cygor Brown. That's what I'm looking for. It's one of my browns. Was Always fasten. Fasten. What is fasten? It's Earthshade. Am I blind? Is my Cyborg brand here somewhere? Am I crazy? Where the heck did I put it? Oh, also Dragonhoff Nightshade. Need that guy for later. I was always fascinated by cosplayers since it's so much work to make those cosplays. Same. And I sort of went in with the premonition that it can't be that hard. You know, I've got cardboard. I can make a cosplay. No, it is very hard. Sewing is its own. As someone who started putting together a battle jacket, sewing is such a pain in the butt to get right. Like, I understand why sewing machines exist now, for consistency. Like, it's just, oh lord. I go to work, but I loved watching and getting to share things. I hope the rest of the stream is good. I'll be looking. Awesome. Hope to see you again. Yeah, have a good day at work. Okay, oh, I should say I'm using some Sagor brown here for the gloves. Just because the brown really helps pop. And I should have used my contrast brush here, but it doesn't really matter. As long as the pink gets on the model, it doesn't really matter what I did right or wrong. And you know what? Oh no, finish one thing. Exhaust test, finish one thing. Okay. Because I saw that little bit of armor in there and I was like, oh, I'll go clean up the armor. Nope. I'm going to finish these first. Oh, yeah. This is how my mind works, a million miles an hour. I'm always trying to paint something too quickly because I just want it to look right. And then the paint doesn't stick because, of course it doesn't, because maybe I didn't have enough paint on there. It's fine. I'm just overwhelmed. It's okay. Take some paint off. Breathe. Okay. You know, if this paint doesn't stick, maybe I'll come back with a gray sear over there, because I think maybe the paint didn't get on there. I based this thing with Rowell cans, and I think maybe the paint just didn't adhere, because it's cold here, so maybe it just didn't stick. You know what, I could see some of the black there too. Nature of contrast paints is they... Cyber brown. Nature contrast paints is that they like to just kind of pool. I really feel like this paint isn't sticking. Am I crazy? Is it too moist in here? You know what we're going to do is we're going to take a second here, just throw some gray sear on this. Because it's chunky, so just want a little bit on here, just to make sure that paint's going to stick. Yeah, because this paint likes to stick. Did you prime this mini? Yes, I did. I used Mechanicus Standard Gray and Gray Sear for Zenithal. But it's just not sticking. I don't know what happened. Maybe I didn't do it well enough, or it might be because it's cold out right now, so the temperature might have affected its ability to adhere. Oh yeah, this is holding better now. Oh, he's got a ring. Oh, I just noticed that. He's got a little ring on him. Here, let me make sure I get this thing on camera correctly. He's got a little ring on the back of his finger. Huh. Now that glove turned out well, so I'm terrified that our paint's gonna look funny. But we can always double it up if it does. Too watered down paint, maybe. It could be. I'm using contrast paint, so I think it's too wet. I don't know. Or maybe my brush has too much moisture on it. Oh, you know what? It didn't have enough bite. Yep. 100%. Because it's sticking to it now, so I think it was just... Maybe when I was priming with the Rallo cans, it just was too cold out, and the Rallo cans just wouldn't let the paint stick. I probably should have... Sorry. I had a therapist once that said, don't say would, should, or could. Say will, would, could, should. So instead of I would have, say I will. So instead of saying I should have, say... No, should have is will, would have is can, and could have is are. Yeah. So, what I will do next time is shake my cans better, because this time I didn't shake them enough, so the paint probably didn't have the best chance to get to the aerosol. And I will warm up my cans a little bit, maybe like a little bit of warm water, like a blanket or something, for a couple minutes under the air exchanger. Okay, a little bit of gray sear here, just because I want to sneak it into the back here. A little bit in there. Oh, too much water on the brush. Okay, that looks pretty good. So I do want to clean that up. And that is Black Legion. Oh, frig. There we go. My wrist is feeling pretty fun. I think I am getting carpal tunnel. I keep joking about getting it, but I think I'm actually speedrunning getting carpal tunnel. A little Black Legion in there. A little Black Legion there. A little Black Legion right there. A little in there too. Maybe a touch more. Do you ever find that like your hands are just covered in paint when you're done painting? I feel like my hands are just more paint than anything. That's from the priming. I wonder if I can show that. That's from the priming. Okay, that looks pretty good. Pretty good. Okay, so what color is this cloak? It's red. Okay. So, we got a couple different ways to do this. What I like to do... I have a bunch of contrast paints. Let's see what we got for red. I get paint on my hand in that hour. That's how it goes. I don't know if it's from like rushing or like, ooh, Vulpus pink looks nice. From rushing or like just wanting to have things painted, or like I'm kind of ooh, Flesh Tears red's nice. And Blood Angel's red. What do we think? But going to paint some more of those trims and bronze. Nice! I need an opinion. What do you think? Vulpes pink or Blood Angels red for the cape? I'm kind of thinking Vulpes pink, but Blood Angels red looks really cool too. Put them down here for now. Ooh, AoS purple. I did have a Dragonov Nightshade. Vulpes pink? Yeah. Yeah, that's more in line with the cape, I think. Ooh, the 5 template. Contrast snake layer. Sorry, I have a lot of contrast paints. I'm just looking through them. I prefer my capes in leather though. I usually do, and it was hard when I was doing the when I was doing the Chaos Warriors for Slice of Darkness. Oh man, this thing's gonna fall apart on me. It was hard for me because when I was choosing and it's fabric, so I mostly go for plain fabric. Good point. This was how I was doing my skin tones for the flesh on the back of the Chaos Warriors. And I want to do this again, but I did it so quickly at that point in time, I can't remember how I did it. Oh yeah, that's how I aligned them all. The corn was they all had these like glowing faces. what we'll do is we'll put this on first. So it's got the base paint on, and then we'll come over it with a shade before we go to the Vulpus Pink. I was really hoping to go straight to Vulpus Pink, but when I prime next time, I'll have to make sure that that primer is nice and dry, and that's not too cold. Man, even this paint is having a hard time trying to stick. At least it's going a little smoother now, so that's good. Just have to be careful with it because it wants to find its way into all these little nooks and crannies. Well, it looks like there's a rat on the back of him, or like a gecko or something. That's pretty fun. It almost looks like a skeleton of a creature. Just gotta be careful not to let the paint pool in there. I'll just coat them for now. Let's see here. A little bit more in these recesses. You know what it is I usually start with a layer of Chaos Black, and I go until the model is completely black, and that's how I know it's painted, right? And then it's really easy to just throw some paint on. But this time I started to start with Mechanica Standard Gray and Gray Seer as the Zenithal highlight. And it's my first time doing that process. And so it was a little odd because I couldn't really see what the paint was doing. Ooh, there's some little sigils on the back here too. It's kind of neat. That I can paint with the metallics. I'm not too worried about them. Throw a little bit of paint in here, just so it's all consistent. And I really struggle with these like sections inside of here. I got a little bit of paint on that, but I can't really notice it. How the hell am I supposed to get in there? Like that, I guess. Black primer is better if you want to know where light is going to be on the wall. White or gray is better if you want lighter tones on mini. That's 100% true. And I usually start with just black primer, and then I'll rattle can like my zenithal over top of it, but without fail, every time I do, the primer always looks like it's got dots on it, or like I've oversprayed. So this time I thought I'd try something different, but I know now that black primer would have been great for the light would have been. I mean, I'm still going to use shades, and that's going to fix a lot of the lighting issues I have on this guy, but I think it's still going to turn out fine. If it doesn't, then, you know, worst case scenario, I could take a bottle of 99% alcohol, but we won't do that. This guy deserves more attention than that. You know what? I think this has turned out pretty good. Despite the fact having to go through all those steps, I think it still turned out fine. I will take a little touch of water though, just to smooth out, maybe less than that, just to smooth out all the gray sear. And apply a little bit more, just so it gets right on top of it. And just like that, all the grays kind of come together again. Now this is almost looking like a thin coat, so I might do another coat of this. What I could also do is take some of that Mechanica Standard Gray I was talking about earlier, which I have right here as well, and throw a little dot on, and then smooth it out upwards, so I have faux light, so it will be kind of just everywhere along here. I just still have to wait for the gray sear that's on here to dry, so I'm going to wait for that first. Let's see. Clear that up. I'm going to grab a little drink of water here. Actually, this is a good time for me to take a quick little break. I'm going to run to the bathroom, and I'll be right back. Okay, we're back to it. Sorry about that. Let's see. Put this over here, and I'm gonna grab a little drink of Red Bull here. The good stuff. Okay, it looks like our paint has mostly dried. Since we're on this theme of having to paint this kind of over again, I'm going to take this opportunity to use some more base paints and do the horns, I think. Oop. It's a little dry. Okay, that's a little better. Sorry, it's a layer paint, so thin it just a hair. So, Tuesday, I've got something I've got to do IRL, so Wednesday is probably a good day for the next stream. When I say IRL, what I mean is Tuesday I'm getting my ass handed to me in another AoS game. But I'll let you know how I made out. Wednesday is going to be the next stream though, and I'm thinking for the next stream, because this one should be done by the end of the stream. If it's not, we'll finish up then, but Wednesday, I'd like to move on to the Razorback. Actually, Wednesday, I'll be able to finally glue and finish the Nexus Chaotica. Right now I'm doing, like I said, the mold for it. The mold should be done probably the end of day today, and I'll just get the resin ready for it. Actually, maybe we'll do the resin on Wednesday or Tuesday, and then we can look at it on Wednesday. Demold and glue. I think I can do that off stream and not have it be too weird. Ooh, yeah. Oh yeah, these horns are really looking nice. Oh yeah, these are turning out really nice. Which I didn't expect because I thought I'd have to go over this with a base paint again, but I guess it just depends on how thick some of these paints are. Paint dries too quick. It does. They added Lemme Immune to it also. Oh, Jesus. Might need a little touch of water in there. So the hard part is that depending on where you are geographically, it can really affect like how you're painting. Like I know Squidmar when they're painting, they've got the humidifiers going. And I think it's because naturally colder countries, like they're in Sweden, I think it is. Like they've got to have a little bit of water going because if not, the air will just freeze around them, right? 25% humidity in here. Oh Jesus. Yeah, that's pretty humid. trust me, I'm on the same problem. I've got a 3D printer, and it's one of those old Ender 3s. And the problem with it is that I've got the spool off to the side. So, because the nature of the room I'm in is kind of cool, the air is colder, the filament likes to get cold and wet, and it likes to hold moisture really good. And it sucks. Like, I bought a filament dryer. I'm just waiting for it to show up so I can actually print things a little nicer. Oh, my apologies. I always assumed it was the other way around for humidity. That's my bad. It's wet in here, is what I'm trying to say. I guess 25% is high humidity. Let me look that up, because I gotta get this into my head. Humidity. How does that work? Is it higher percentage? Percentage of a home is generally recommended between 30 and 50%, while 30 to 60 is often considered. Okay, so 30-60% prevents mold and respiratory issues. Winter, 30-40 prevents condensation on windows. In summer, 40 to 50. Oh! Okay. Maintaining a range of 40 to 50% humidity range is ideal for respiratory health. I take 3 brush strokes and it dries up. Higher equals more humid. Okay. And humid, more dry. Okay. Wow. Good lord. Lower humidity can cause dry... Oh, sorry. Lower humidity causes dry skin. Higher humidity equals mold. Okay, so 25 is really low then. Okay, okay, I gotcha. Gotcha, okay. Jeez. You know what? My house has a lot of static electricity in it, so maybe it's really low humidity. Okay. Or, high humidity. No. Low humidity. I don't know. My house is weird. But if you've got 25%, then you've got really low humidity, which is really dry. Commissar says not to print any more Pokemon badges for her. That's fine by me. Okay, where did we leave off? So we get those painted. And the cape is drying. Yeah, if you've got low humidity, maybe you do need another humidifier. Or to like crack a window a little bit. Get some moisture in there. Oh, you know what? We missed the black on here for the Black Legion. We'll do that. There, that makes me feel a lot better. The other thing you can do if you find your paint is drying out too quickly is you can use a wet palette. And all it is just a sponge with a piece of parchment paper over top of it. And it's just, the sponge is kind of wet. And that'll keep the paint wet longer. You need to wait for a higher temp to bring the humidity up. Yeah, it's probably a good idea too. I think that's, like I said, I think that's my problem with the spray paint. The Chaos Black and stuff, is that it's just too low humidity right now, especially outside, 'cause it's just, well, high humidity, sorry. Because it's just too wet out right now. Okay, where do we leave off here? A little bit of black in there, probably wouldn't hurt it, but I'm not too worried about that right now. Oh, we cleaned up that mold line yesterday, which is good. Cyber brown, the gloves looks good. Let's see. We could do these. You know what? This Screaming Skull dries out really well too. I do have white pellet, but it's not ideal for metallics. No, yeah, I find my metallics dry out super fast. And every time, like I've tried to put metallics on wet pellet before, and it just dissolved into nothing. I would not put metallics on wet pellet at all. This paint likes to pierce the paper. Oh, yes, it does. And then you end up with like glitter in the bottom of your like wet palette. What was I doing? Oh, I lost track of what I was doing. My apologies. Cycler brown, which is one color. Dirty off nightshade, which would be good too. Vulpus pink for the cape. And then what else were we doing? Oh, Screaming Skull. That was it. Or Skeleton Horde, sorry. Just get a little bit of Skeleton Horde. Nice little contrast paint. Throw that on the horns and then we'll call it down on the horns. I think there might be something going on with like Citadel's paint quality as well, because every time I buy their paint, it's all over the place. Like sometimes I buy it from the store and it's already dry, and sometimes it's like perfect. And I don't know if it's just like because it's been sitting for a while or what the deal is. These horns look pretty good. But I think what I'd like to do is take a little Black Legion. Just so I get this chance here. Not Cycler Brown, not Black Templar. Where the hell's my Black Legion? Right here. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to touch the tips while the paint is still wet. And the reason why I'm doing this is because I'm going to introduce a little water into this. And then just drag them down just a hair. And then introduce a little bit more. Just to make it look like they're older and decrepit. Depends on the amount of pigment paint. Yes, 100%. I've noticed that like reds especially hold the pigment much better. I did see once how pigment was made, and it's kind of an interesting process. Well, that black didn't turn out the way I wanted it to. I think I need to wait for stuff to get drier. Denser paints tend to be grainy. Yes. It's like, the denser the paint, the more grainy it gets. The worst ones are the whites, because it's a lot of effort to make a white paint. And depending on how it's built, like your white paint's either going to have like a little bit of blue in it, or like a little bit of like gray or whatever. And even grays will have like a little bit of blue in them. And they love to dry out. Just painting the tips of his horns black. And I'll use a little bit of water, like I said, to just kind of smooth them down. I tried to wet blend while the skeleton horde was on it, but it just ended up pushing it into all the recesses, which I didn't want. I just want the black to just kiss it a little bit. That looks pretty evil. Looks pretty good. Oh, I can't really see what I'm showing here. Yeah, it looks nice and evil. Yeah, white paint is horrible to cover. It's so bad. And like, it's unfair how bad white paint is too, because you can't put it over black because it goes thin or it goes chunky, and I don't have it right in front of me, but I've got a night that I started painting, and I made the mistake of putting Chaos Black on the knees as it's hard to get my paint to be smooth. Exactly. And when you put it on, like, it likes to clump to the corners or find its way into something else, but it never goes flat across. I don't know why. And then I found the only way to make it work is that you have to build it up. So you go like, if you got black, you want to put like a layer of like, I don't know, Mechanica Standard on top of it. And then another layer of like, Dawnstone or Gray Seer. And just go up the spectrum until you get to like Uthulian White, Uthulian Gray, and then Celestia Gray. And then you can go to Corax White. But it's like 5 layers of color just to get to white. Like, what the hell? Okay, this guy is looking pretty cool so far. I'm pretty much into this. Not into it, sorry. I like the way it looks. I think we're good to do Vulpus pink, but I almost want to do a little bit of Gray Seer in here. So I'll take a moment here, do a little bit of Gray Seer, and just wet blend it down. Small paint brush. And we'll take, or not Gray Seer, we're going to take Mechanica Standard or Dawnstone. Mechanica Standard or Dawnstone. Dawnstone, probably easier to work with than Mechanica Standard. Oh, shake it. I gotta shake my paints. Oh, you know what I meant to do yesterday was I meant to go get some ball bearings or BBs or something, and I just got sidetracked. Put some of that in there. So I gotta do that today for sure. Oh yeah, that's really helping the shadows here. And then you just accidentally turn it to a glaze and... Light from Pro Acryls covers decently. I've seen it. I've been wanting to get it. I've got this brand called Golden, and they've got some really nice whites. I tried using their titanium white, and it looked really nice when I used it. But it's kind of like a cover it and then let it sit for like 4 to 6 hours, which is crazy. I did not change that song, but it just changed on its own. Oh yeah, the little bit of Dawnstone in there, it's really helping to sell the shadows. All I do is put just a hair of it in there. It's really helping those shadows out a lot. Throw a little just inside of there. Like a heavy body acrylic. It's because it's super wet. And so it's like, you can put the, so it isn't acrylic, Golden's acrylic for white is it's just super, super, super wet when it goes on. So you end up sitting and waiting for it to just dry out. Throw a little paint in there. Of course, again, results vary depending excuse me, depending on where you live. And so being in like Canada next to the water and everything else, that could be something to do with it. Another little fun technique that you shouldn't do, but I do, is I'll use the back of my brush to just, the back of the bristles on the brush to just kind of clean a little bit. So it just introduces just a little bit of water. It also kind of mops it. But it can ruin your brush. Golden, yeah. I haven't tried the Winsor Newton white yet, but I've been looking at that one too. Like in the paint in the tube. It came in a jar, or not a jar. It was like a plastic container, like almost like this kind of thing. Haven't seen those in here at all. Yeah, I'm not a fan of using them, so I just don't bother picking them up. I do like the way they look. I just don't like waiting forever for paint to dry. I suppose that says a lot about me. I'm just impatient. Like right now, I'm just scraping the paint off with the back of the brush, which don't do. It's not good. Not good for the brush. Okay, this is looking pretty decent, I want to say. Yeah. Okay, we cheated it using Dawnstone. I could put a little in here. And then throw a little just in the recesses here. In the back here. Okay. I'm going to use a shade brush now. Pro Acryls are really hard to get also. I know! I could get them, but it would cost me, I think it was like $30 for a bottle, which is just absurd. There's no reason for it to be that expensive for Pro Acryl. I'm supposed to be traveling to Toronto in April for a couple of days. So while I'm up there, I'm going to look to see if I can find Pro Acryl, because I think there's a place up there, like an art store that's going to sell it. There's got to be one in Toronto. It's one of the biggest places in Canada. Nuln oil. I think I'm going to do Nuln oil on this to try and get the darkness into this. Let's see if this works. You know what? This is kind of working. It's a little oily. I suppose it's no oil. Because it looks sort of brownish. But we're going to put Vulpes Pink over this anyway. It'll dry flat. I'm not too worried about it. Yeah, I did all that cleanup just to to make it dirty again. And here's like Nino's ball. Jeez. I wish it was that much. Man. Okay, so this is going to drive you wild then. I don't know how much you pay for your Citadel paints. But this bottle of Nuln Oil that I just used, this shade of Nuln Oil, right? This is $9 at my Warhammer store. And that's the standard. In Canada, that's how much it costs, is $9. Like this table, I could insure this table with all the paint that's currently on it. Just giving this a little tap. Just because I want the Nuln Oil to find its way down through the cracks and start pooling. Another tip I learned too is that if you've got shades and you want them to move, don't be afraid to blow on them because you can push the paint a little bit. And it'll help it dry as it goes. Silhouette paint, layer paint, base is around $5 and shades contrast are like $7. Yeah, you get a much better deal on paints than I do because these are default 5 and the bigger ones are default 9. These contrast, like the technicals, are like 10. I don't know why they're different price, but they're just... So they have a deal in Canada where you buy, or I guess it's everywhere, at the Warhammer stores, where if you spend, like if you buy 9 paints, the 10th one is free. The most expensive of 10 paints is free. So I try to capitalize on that as much as I can. Okay. That's drying up pretty good. Now's a good time, just hit it with the Vulpus. Give it a little shake. Volupus? Vulpus? Volupus pink? I think it's Volupus. Like voluptuous pink. Alright. I'm impatient, so I want to see this make progress. Of course, it's just me. We'll start from the inside, because that seems like it's drier. Throw a little bit more paint on there. Yeah, GW stuff is pricey. It's so pricey. I've been tempted to go talk to Mr. James' workshop myself. Excuse me, sir, your paints are too expensive. James... James' workshop. He's the one to blame. All depends on how much you earn. Well, when I was a programmer, I did a fantastic job at buying paints. So, I'm going to count that as a win. Now that I'm not a programmer at the moment, I've got to be a little bit craftier with how I buy my paints. And inflation, oh my god, like you wouldn't believe. In Canada, it's kind of a joke, but, and this is kind of unfair, is that in Canada the cost of housing here has gone through the roof. Through the roof, I say, talking about housing. Yeah, definitely. It's a win having all those paints purchased ahead of time. But yeah, cost of housing in Canada, it's just not fun anymore. I don't like to think about it too much because I'm thankfully living in a place now where I can afford to be here. For the time being. And so I'm just holding on to that and going, you know, man, these paints are just like this contrast paint. It's not as thick as I wanted. You know what? I'm going to try a slightly different method here. Vallejo game model car tends to be reasonable alternative. It is. And I've started to lean towards them just because their cost is just so much better. Oh, yeah. I should have just used a shade brush for this. Just get it on thick. I do like the quality of Vallejo paints as well. We didn't have them where I live for the longest time because we just couldn't import them. But we have them now, so they're really nice. But my stock is mostly just Games Workshop. So when I get into buying more paint, I'm going to slowly transition over to Vallejo probably. Just because that's what's now available as well, assuming that they stay available. Well, that that Vulpus pink is going to come down very nicely, I think. Paint the inside. And I'll paint this side again a little bit more. With some more of this Vulpus. Volupus? 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 And then we'll have to hit this with a shade. I don't know what shade to use here though. That's the thing. I almost want to use gnome oil again. There we go. I was watching the head to make sure it was flicking around. I don't know if I'm done with this Volupus pink right now, but we'll let this dry, and then we'll check on it again. So now we get to think about other things here, like we got this book, we got the fire, and we got this scroll, and we have some little stuff here, we got some bones. I think that bone I'm going to paint, because I've got the paint for it, and we got some time to wait while we wait for stuff to dry. Ugh, it is dried out. Medium layer brush. You know what, I got some of that contrast paint on the armor here that I painted earlier. We can fix that though. First worry about the bones. The bones. Put this into here. One more bone color. And I think this color makes really good parchment color too. Watching paint, it feels so much faster than watching you paint. It feels so much faster than painting myself. Well, I mean, we all paint as fast as we need to, right? Or as fast as we want to. And for me, I kind of rush things a little bit. But I've also been painting pretty consistently now for about a year and a half, maybe two. No, year and a half. And I kind of get overly excited. And I'll tell you though, the main thing about painting this fast is my hands get cramped really hard. Like, they get really sore. But I've seen dudes paint this stuff in like 10, 20 minutes and then they're ready for battle, and I'm like, oh my god, like how do you paint it that fast? Drives me bananas. Cool, there we go. I think I'm gonna paint his scroll in this book the same color as this. There's a little leather band on that scroll too. So we'll paint the leather band brown, if it'll focus. There we go. And we'll paint the scroll white. Especially when watching tutorials on YouTube. Oh my god. The YouTube tutorial, guys, it's like, here's the single layer of paint I'm putting on, and it's done. And it's like, what the fuck? Like, did you just blast it with an airbrush? And it's like they had all the paint, like, preloaded into something, and they just, like a shotgun, all the paint goes on. I don't know how they paint so fast. Like, I'm always cleaning up, or I'm always, like, trying to get my paints on right. Of course, they've painted this thing, like, maybe 10, 20, 30 times, right? So they're like, oh, well, here's how you paint it. And they just already have all the paints ready in front of them, and they're like, this is it, yada yada. And then they bang it out in, like, a 10-minute video. And I'm like, how? How? It's infuriating watching tutorials on blends, especially. Oh my god, that always drives me bonkers, man. Like, I always go crazy watching blending videos because they're like, it's always the same thing. Oh, just by blend. Oh, just do it this way. And I look at it and I'm like, I can't blend that. How do I get a blend to start like that? Like, you see my blending, it doesn't go well. Like, when you blend, it's always friggin' weird, and then they do it so quickly, and it's just 2-3 seconds, they're done. And I think there's some camera trickery, like maybe they're so far away from the camera that when you look at it, that it just looks cleaner than it actually is. They have the magic brushes or something. Okay, so real talk. I've almost bought Klinsky sables before because every time I see it, someone's got 3 things. An airbrush, Klinsky sable brushes, and purely Citadel paints. Or Pro Acryl. And Pro Acryl's good, I guess. But the doing things with an airbrush is just crazy because I can't get my airbrush to do exactly what I want to, but they're using like a multi-$100 airbrush. And then Klinsky sables are just magically the perfect brushes for everything, I guess. And like, I get that the hair and the bristles are different in them, kind of. They're under stricter quality, fine. But like, I want to try blending non-metallic metal steel. Looks like shit in step-by-step tutorials on YouTube. It always looks bad, man. The closest I've ever seen to non-metallic metal is like that process of like going through, what do you call it there? Like how I did the sigils on this thing, where like all the sigils are painted like layer by layer by layer by layer by layer. And like they start with like the medium tone, then they go deeper, 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 and it's like, oh yeah, that looks fine. And then they start feathering everything. And feathering just doesn't work the way that they say it does. It just doesn't. I'm sorry. Feathering looks good, but it's hard. It's not a skill you pick up from a YouTube video. It's a skill you hear about from a YouTube video, and then spend the next like 4 to 5 months trying to get right. It's so hard. And their process is like, oh, it's just a mini, you'll never see it. And they're doing like little scrapes like this, like, oh, we'll just do a tiny little scrape like this and then feather it and feather it and feather it and feather it. And it's like, mine don't look that thin. Klinsky is really nice, but it's pricey, but worth it. Yeah. I've been thinking about getting a Klinsky sable. The closest I have one. I have one Klinsky sable. And the only reason why I know what it is because the Artificer by GW is Klinsky hair. But watch, like, I'll grab some paint, throw it in here, and it's no different than using the other brush I just had. I don't notice any difference at all. Like, I can wash it just the same, dry it out, grab some of that paint that I had down here, put it on, and of course it's gonna make me look like a liar. Okay, well, live and learn. Okay, maybe Klinskys are good. Damn it, now I'm using the Klinsky sable. Balls. I tried to prove a point, and I proved the other way. Well, this is a learning process. Oh, you know what? The back of this page is... it's a page. Maybe I will buy some Klinsky sables at some point. The reason why I know the Artificer is because, like I said, my local GW store manager was like, he told me straight it's Klinsky hair. And I said, okay. I guess maybe the hair is off a special type of like animal or whatever animal they're using, squirrel hair or something. Well, you know what we should do here? There's a bunch of like just blank pages. Maybe we could write on them. We could write something on them maybe. That might be kind of cool. I think I have the dexterity to write something. Ooh, you know what? Kind of like the way this parchment looks with that little bit of contrast paint in it. That's kind of cool. You see that little bit of contrast paint got in there by mistake? It does look kind of cool. Sable? You might be right. Let's see here. What can I do? What do I have for pointy brushes? I've got my Psycho. I've also got a God Hand one. That one's pretty cool. Let's use the Psycho. Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to use a little bit of Corvus Black. Just make sure that paint's dry. Cool. So here's what I'm going to put on this page. I think I'm going to do... Not sure if you can read that. Might be able to. If it will actually focus. There we go. Turn it this way. There we go. More Corvus Black in here. I thought you might like it. I just gotta fill in the back pages here. Then what I'm going to do for these pages is, because they're just too bright, I think what I might do is grab, I want old parchment look, so maybe Mortician Grime. I'll use my medium layer brush for this. Yeah, I think this is the way to go. Oh yeah, Mortician Grime. Yeah. Gives it that, like, older parchment kind of look. Yeah, I like the way that looks. My hands tend to shake horribly when I try to focus on such details. Mine used to. And the solution to that problem for me was that I had to focus on my breathing and slow down. That's a shade brush. And I found that gripping both sides of it and then just being really methodical and really intentional was really the key. Which is, you know, those things sound more, like, not mechanical, but they sound more hypothetical. But when I say that, what I mean is, like, I had to focus my attention specifically on just where the paint was going. And what I found is that using a really sharp-edged brush, too, was really helpful. And then the breathing was big, like, almost like a sniper, like you have to hold your breath, like... And then you just focus and let the brush do all the work. And that kind of is what helped me out. Oh yeah, I like the way that Mortician Grime came in there. It really, really helped out a lot. I'm gonna throw a little bit more down this side as well, on the other parchment. And then we just need the bone. Looks like some of my resin material is starting to come out the sides here. Not resin, but the, what do you call it there? The rubber. But it's drying, so it'll be fine. Okay, bone. Right, sorry. Got distracted there for a second. Skeleton. There. This is coming along really nicely. There's some little bags and stuff here on its belt. So I'm going to paint them not with contrast paints. Though contrast paints are really nice. I want to use some browns that I have on my desk because I want to get some really nice colors in here. So I'm going to use this Rhine oxide that I have. Kind of works for me too, but holding breath for that long is hard. It is. 100% is. I won't say it's. I won't say, oh, it's easy. No, it's not. Like, I do a lot of breathing exercises because I work out when I'm not streaming. Like, I'll do probably an hour or two worth of working out after this. And so I have to force myself to breathe and force myself to focus on breathing. And so it has to come naturally and mechanically by itself. If I stop working out, I probably will suffer from it, but working out has definitely given me the advantage on that. Okay, so like some really dark looking leather here. Oh, I can show you the cheat to leather. Oh, I got some on the carapace. If I just come out with a little bit of water, it just comes back up, which is nice. Oh yeah, you wouldn't notice that during gameplay anyway. A little bit of brown on the belt. There. And I'll just do some of these brown, because they're just little chains and stuff hanging off them. Or not chains, but little belts and stuff hanging off them. And then his belt is right here as well. So the cheat code I found for belts is that you use a really light brown, like a scrag brown, and then you put Cygor brown in the middle of it, and it makes it look like it's shaded belts. It's super, super handy. Let's get some stuff hanging off his belt here. I think I see a skull. And some stuff here, I just don't know what they are. I'm going to say some of them are bones, and that's probably a vial. So, let's see. Paint the vial. String brown. You know what? The cake turned out pretty nice. It could probably use a second coat. But aside from that, it looks really nice. Oh, you know what? We gotta paint the back of this book too. So I think maybe Mournfang brown would be good for the book. Just because it's a slightly brighter brown. Oh, that is chunky. Okay, Mournfang brown. Okay, and I don't mind too much if it gets inside these sigils that are on the book. Keeping shape is really important, especially in working IT, since there's not much moving in that field. It's true. I gained, and I swear this is true, I gained 50 pounds while I was working at my employer. 50 pounds. Just because I was sitting in my butt all day, just, you know, coding. So I try to work out 3 to 4 days a week now. I've got some structure. I use, you know, some workout apps to help me figure out what it is I'm supposed to be doing. I'm gonna paint the bottom of this book while I got a chance. A little more intent along here. That looks pretty good for the book so far. I gained like 100 pounds, but I worked in muscle. Very nice. I'm still in the middle of my weight loss journey, so I'm still trying to... God, weight loss journey. I'm still in the middle of my weight loss space. So I'm trying to lose another 30 to 50 pounds. It's just so friggin' hard. The problem is I really like candy and I really like to eat junk food. And so I'm trying to just, you know, in Red Bull, the big thing is I drink my calories, right? Like, I'll drink Coca-Cola or drink, what do you call it there? Like Red Bull and stuff. stuff that's really high calorie or high in carbs. I've started drinking Diet Coke though, so that's pretty good. It's better. But I do want to work in muscle. I've started tracking protein shakes as well, and they're helping a little bit. See, I gotta do a little bit under here because I missed some of that dark. But we can come back to that. Ooh, I gotta be careful with the thumbs. And then we still have to decide what this fire is going to look like. And I think I want to shade the inside of this, so what I'll do is once this is a little thinner, yeah, because well, that cape turned out really nice. Like, really nice. I think we did a fantastic job on that cape. That book's turned out pretty good too. We're getting there. Still to do this. That, I don't even know how to approach yet, but we'll get there. And then the staff, and then some of these other little bits. Oh, you know what? I got this open. I'm gonna grab some of this. Just what I can. Just put it on the edge. Oh, I still get too much on that. Edge of the belt. And some of the little accessories here. And I just covered this belt by mistake, but that's okay, because I can show you that little trick. I was taking protein shakes pre and after workout, and was training kettlebell for around here. Wow, kettlebell's no joke. So I started taking pre-workout as well, just because it helps me get off my butt and do stuff. But kettlebells, hard. For Nexus trim, which paint did you use? Oh, for the gold. For the gold, I used Retributor Armor, and then I coated it with Agrex Earthshade. So this is that Cyber brown going in the middle of that other brown. Okay. He's looking pretty good. So we're gonna throw a little gold in that mix, I think. No worries. It might be a good idea if I start putting what paints I use maybe on the screen somewhere, or put them maybe in like the post chat on in the Discord. Be a good idea too. I could do that. Okay, before I get into the gold, I've got a bunch of silver here I could put in, and a lot of the finer details. I think I should finish this cape as well. So let's do that. Let's do the shawl he has, and this silver portion here, and the staff, and that's all the big details done. And then we can just focus on the little small stuff before I get into just doing the small stuff, because I'll do the small stuff all day long. Oh, you know what? The thing we started at the beginning of the stream, this thing, is already starting to get kind of rubbery. So that's good. It means it's like drying out pretty well. Okay, sorry. A little distracted there. I need a base brush. And I need... I think lead belcher looks good for chainmail. My chunky lead belcher. Don't forget to paint the shoes either, because I will forget to paint those. I'm just blowing all the holes back into the chainmail. Just because the metallic paint is so thick that it will cover all the holes. So what I'll do is just blow all the paint back in. Sorry if that's loud. I know that is loud. I've got a little bit on black here. I'm just gonna clean up the robe just a little bit. Just because I got some silver on it. Put down there and then get a little bit of water, just feather it. There. And then I gotta figure out the back cape here. So this is a beast of some degree to have this much hair. I'm not really good with furs. It almost looks fine the way it is. I need a picture of furs. Vallejo metals flow really well and are not so thin like Lunch Belcher. On that. Not sponsored. Though I wish I was. Not sponsored. I really should pick up a Vallejo metallic. I've been looking at them. And someone, okay, I got a, we call it my chaos spawn. But I was playing against a guy, and he gave me a chaos spawn, because it's the right base size, and he used Vallejo metallic on this. And it is just gorgeous how shiny that is. I want to buy some, but I couldn't find any, so I'm gonna keep looking and see if I can find some like game store here, probably tomorrow-ish. I just noticed that it has legs, and the legs are arms. It's kind of hilarious. It has like a human head on the end of it. He kit bashed this and was like, "I'm not gonna use it. You should have it." And I was like, "Okay." It's my chaos spawn now. What was I looking up here? I was looking up, right, fur cloak. I kind of like the Viking fur, if I'm being honest, so I'm gonna grab a picture of it here. And I'm gonna save that screenshot to my desktop. And then I'm going to add an image to the screen here. And I'll browse, and I'll go to home, desktop. Here it is. This, open. And I'll do okay. And this is what I'm going to try and emulate, is this. Specifically, if I can do this without it looking weird. Oh no, it's going to look weird. Okay, so let's just do that. So that's what the example is going to be for what we're going to try and do here. So it looks like there's some undercurrent of browns. I think I'm going to start with, it almost looks like it's got like, let's see. That's too orangey brown. Because I need a really thin color. How do we do this? Let's start with, oh, you know what? It looks like brine oxide would be the good place to start with that. We'll just grab this, and I'll throw it on my wet palette, actually. If I can get it open here. There. Grab a little bit more. Put it in the corner here. Grab a little water. And then just there. And then and because of the nature of what this is, it's going to be brown closer to the bottoms. I'm using the wet palette because I want it relatively thin. I think that's a hand down there, so we'll come back to that. And I'm going to paint over these a little bit because it's easier than trying to avoid them, and they're going to get metallic anyway. Let's see. A bit brown here. No, I'll pull some brown on this side as well. And that picture I have on screen is our reference for this. So we're going to try and get close. We won't get close, but we'll try and get close. Okay. So that's our browns on, or our Rhinox brown. And now we're going to try this Mornfang brown. Shifts from Rhinox hide to the carrick stone. Carrick stone would be a good idea. I wonder if I have any hanging around. I have a nice little blend happening here, which is really nice. Too much. Or like Ushabati bone with skeleton horde painted heavily. That could work too. Actually, that's not a bad idea. Ushabati bone. I wonder if I've got that hanging around. Grab that here in a second. I should have it at the handy. Got all my paints next to me. I have Morghast bone. Whoa. Raygarth flesh, that's a good one. Wraith bone. Baneblade brown. Steel Legion drab, probably could have used that too. And Zandari dust, or Zandri dust. Blending, yeah, exactly. Thankfully the blending gods are being pleasant to me today. Ah, there it is. Shabti bone. And Flamen flesh. And Raygarth, sorry, Kislev flesh. Maybe not Kislev flesh. Do I have Raygarth? I thought I had Raygarth. I was sure I had Raygarth. Blue Horror, Dawnstone, Slanesh, Kalgar. That's Moot Green. Why am I grabbing that one? Arc Armor, Mobgrot Gold, Liberator Gold, Phoenician Purple. No, Kislev flesh. Okay. This is just all contrasts. Except for the one dry brush Praxeti white. Zandari dust could work too. Okay. The Zandri dust. So it's Morghast bone. Flavin flesh. Ushabti bone. Keep that over there. And Zandri dust. Zandri dust might be really good. We'll try Zandri dust and we'll highlight with Ushabti bone. You put Zandri bone and dust on the right side. Ah, thank you. I got it right here. Zandri dust. Good eye. I appreciate you being here because I would have lost the damn thing. Oh yeah, you're right. That's definitely gonna get that. Yeah. Maybe a little more water. Oh man, that's doing it. You're right about the Zandri dust. I'm just putting it on real thin. Just so it kind of covers over top of some of those other colors. Just so they kind of blend in together. I'll throw a little bit of water in there too. Just drag it down, let it dry. Let's just grab some of this and just drag it up and around. Grab a little bit more. Make sure it's wet. It's already starting to dry kind of into that range. Like, because we did the wet palette, so the longer it sits, the more it's going to dry. And it's very, very subtle. But it's looking really good. I can blend colors in theory, but when it comes to actual painting, it's just always. This is the most success I've had to date, if I'm being honest with you. Well, not to date. The most success I've had was with my Demon Prince, because he's just blended phenomenally. And especially with the OSL there, like this was like a one-hit wonder kind of thing. So this blending that I'm doing right now is the most success I've had in a while. It's because I'm getting my paint super, super, super wet. But also because, like, the colors are really just, they work well together. Like, I would have not thought Zandri Dust, honestly, or Ushabti Bone. I wouldn't sit in here, like, fucking around with Screaming Skull for a while, going, why isn't this working? Why isn't this working? Maybe not quite like that, but pretty close to that, I guess. Oh, yeah. I could just use this to highlight kind of on top. I just want it to be really wet. Man, this looks so good. This looks so good, dude. Thank you, thank you, thank you again for suggesting the Zandri Dust. This looks so good. Like, look at that. Oh, I guess you can't look at that. One sec. Slide the paints off. There. Look at that color scheme, dude. Looks so good. Yeah, you're 100% right. It's always that one figure where you can be like, the paint is perfect here, here's what you do, and then never again. It'll never happen again. But now I've got it on camera. Now it's recorded. So now when I go to look at this again later, I can be like, oh, it's just that. Mix these two colors together for like a medium brown. Just work that into the base here a little bit. Beautiful. I love it, right? Oh, I love it, man. Yeah, it's perfect. And then just paint last little bit on this guy's thing here. That's the hand on this creature, whatever it is. It has claws. So I'm going to grab some wraith bone for the claws. I'm just going to paint it on Chunky. And then we've got this little rat skeleton here. So I'm going to paint it like it's been dried out. And basically what I'm doing is using my brush as a dry brush. So I have to paint so thin on this it's not even funny. You know, I think there's a little bit of fur on this thing actually. So why don't I go back into here, and I don't know what color this thing's going to be, but maybe we could grab a little bit of this thing we mixed up here. Just slather it over top. Yeah. 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 I like that. Okay. Good. Perfect. Next is the staff, because the staff is a very big piece. Before we get into shades and other stuff and painting some fun things, we still do the staff. And the staff is, according to this, it's steel? So maybe we'll try that. We'll try steel. There's some gold emblems and stuff on here, so we'll try not light belcher, because that belcher was good, and that was this, well, not that good. It was over here somewhere. I want to try steel, not steel region. What am I trying to say here? Iron hands, I think, is the way to go. Let's add it on black. There's iron hands. They look very similar, but I'm going to switch over to, oh my god, it's so chunky. That's what they said when I was born. They said, oh my god, he's so chunky. It's okay, my mom kept me anyway. I'm sensing a theme. I think maybe the paint primer didn't quite go on all the way on all this piece. It's funny because it looks like there's splits in the thing that he's holding in the staff. Almost like he was holding it too tight, or like it was made of wood or something. Wood would have been cool here too. We could have gotten away with a wood texture. That would have been really sweet. Oh yeah, Iron Hat looks really good here. A little bit of water to drink. Wrist stretch. And let's see here. There's some dust in there, get rid of that. Okay, so we did the big pieces, which is good. Now we're good to move to gold, I want to say. Oh, you know what? We didn't paint the skull. Let's paint the skull. I was using a different color for bone. I was using not wraith bone. It's here somewhere. I was using a skeleton color. Screaming skull. Oh, did the music stop? Am I crazy? It did. Restart the music. Okay. Oh, and we can hire image now. Boop. Cool. Don't need the base. Do need the layer. That's an artificial layer. Yeah, whatever. It's good enough. Just gonna paint that skull. Grab a little water. Put down there. And then just thin it around because there's a emblem on the middle of the skull. And I just want it to be seen. It's funny, I just use a lot of water for pretty much all this paint. Because I keep thinking it's helping with the blending. The reality is all it's doing is just thinning the paint while I'm on it, which I could have done on the wet palette anyway. Okay, that skeleton head looks pretty good. Highlight our parchment a little bit here while I'm here. Parchment's highlight. I'm going to highlight this bone just a hair. And then these just a little bit. Yeah. Cool. Alright. So now we're waiting for stuff to dry. We can take a moment and add some definition to this because I'm just getting tired of looking at like just a bland book. Like I want some color there. So I'm going to take this thing and we're going to grab, I'm going to say Agric's Earthshade and see what happens. I don't need Skeleton Horde yet. Agric's Earthshade, here we go. A little shake. Send that back to here. Sorry, it's just replying to a text message. There we go. Okay. Well, Agric's Earthshade. I'm not using Shade Brush, but that's fine. Oh, the book details are really nice. And all I'm doing is just shading the book. And shading his hand. And shading his other hand. There. And maybe shading the rat. And shading the cloak. Shading everything, I guess. Little Agric's Earthshade really just brings the color in all the areas that you want it to have. it's sort of like a magic trick. Just using a shade. And you can use a little water to just clean it up wherever you wanted it to be brighter. It's like all along there, and there, maybe. Oh, yeah, you can already see it starting to dry. What happens if I put a little Agrix Earth Shade at the bottom of our cloak? Or do I want to? Yeah, I think I want to. Oh yeah, we're doing the whole thing in it. Same with his actual cloak. I get the same pot stand from my wife. Nice. It's a beautiful pot stand. I got mine from the commissar. My wife. Don't tell the Imperial Legion. Astartes and Imperial Guard probably shouldn't fraternize, but we do. Oh yeah. It's looking fantastic. Oh, I almost used the wrong thing. Oh, shoot. Nope, don't drink that. Caught myself. Almost drank it. Oof. Oh, the shoes, right. Psycho Brown. No, Psycho Brown. I don't know what she paid for this pot stand, but I want another one. I thought about buying Krieg and making some kind of trench armor. That would be sick. Trench armors are really badass. Especially, I think you can use, if you could do, this would be cool, a Krieg versus Orc diorama, because they've got the trucks, right? Just throwing some skeleton horn on the skull while I get a chance. We're so close to done. I mean, we've been doing this for 3 hours now? Like I said, this is not I don't paint slow. Or paint fast, I mean. To me, this is slow. Okay, I kind of want to do some gold details, I think. Just because there's still a lot of gold on here before we start doing OSL. Either gold or silver. I think gold. And I'm just going to use my handy dandy trusty Retributor armor. I use it for all of my gold. Because you can tone it down so quickly. Turn it over, and that would be sick too. Like they're losing the battle and the Tyranids are like taking over. I was watching a Paul is bad at everything video last night. And he was talking about how boring like L-shaped terrain is. And he mentioned something that really jogged my mind you know, I got really creative on it, and I posted in the Discord last night, was, would be really cool, is having, like, some terrain that's, like a map terrain that's all just pustules and, like, flesh, and then having, instead of L-shaped buildings, having, like, maybe, like, bones poking out of the ground or something, and basically it's like a hive world that's been, like, taken over sort of thing, so they're commanding it, and, just, the idea of having a battle there as, like, skin tone, like, fighting inside of something, like, in a living being, that just seemed really, really cool to me. And so I think sometime I might do that. And then that way when I bring it to, like, my local Warhammer store, I'd be like, hey, we're fighting inside of a Tyranid mother structure right now. And they'd be like, what? It'd be like a hive structure. And then just fight whatever it is. So I'm sure there's some Tyranid planets that the Space Marines are like, we're not touching this 10-foot pole. Built shit ton of Centurions before stream. Yes! Oh my god, yes. Does he stream on Twitch? I might have to follow him. I love his Centurion videos. They're so fucking funny. 18 Centurions. That's insane. Also, learning that CSM has obliterators is really cool, because they're just, you know, warp-based Centurions, basically. That just seemed really cool to me. I'm just painting this with Retributor armor right now, just getting the gold on it. I should see if he streams on Twitch, actually. Sweet. I'll have to check him out. There's my gold at the top part of the staff. And now the bottom part. Sweet. And then all I gotta do is paint his trim, which that's gonna be hell in a handbasket. I have to switch to a tighter brush, something a little smaller. What do I have here? It's slightly smaller. I've got the Insane Detail by Army Painter. This is a 5-0. Not sponsored. Well, I wish I was. Just saying. Okay. And then, excuse me. And then the armor. I kind of like this. He's got like armor and he's a spellcaster. I mean, it makes sense because you want to be armored, but still. A lot of times you see spellcasters don't have any armor whatsoever. A little bit of gold up in here. You can't see anything else that's gold there, so that's good. This has to be gold because this is the sword. I'll just paint the back of this gold as well. And then I'm pretty sure that the sheath of the sword is red. At least I think it is. Can't tell, so we're gonna do red. Oh, it's another thing I hate about like using metallics is that when you get it in your paint water, all of your paint water has metallics. Ooh, my hands are getting cold. Spirit Stone Red, don't need Spirit Stone Red. I had flesh tears here, one sec. I'll put the Volupus pink back. Flesh tears. Cool. And I have another paint up here. I don't really need the Cycler Brown anymore. No, I might. Let me medium. Keep that there. Okay. Flesh tear is red. We're just going to line that piece right there, so I don't need a lot of it, thankfully. Looks like there's a couple rivets on it, so I'll have to check that out. Yeah, okay. I need a slightly bigger brush, or else I'm going to go crazy. Extra small. A bit less flesh tears red than that. Yeah, painting metallics goes to change the water each time. I know! And I'm really bad for not changing my water for like days at a time, 2 weeks at a time. So I've gotten in the habit that every time I'm going to stream now, I change my water. And so far, that's been good. And as long as I keep on top of it, I'll have clean paint water every time. I think the red looks good there. What I'm going to do now is there's still gold here that I need to do, which I don't know why I put that away just yet. Because I just remembered he has a ring. And there's also this in the back here, part of the sword hilt. I need to get rid of that red that's on the dot here. And put some more brown on there as well. Lots of little things I'm forgetting. Also, there's some gold on that side. Good lord. See, this is what happens. 2 destroys your bristles and your roses. Yes. Because I will absolutely destroy my bristle brush. Well, I started the bristles on all my brushes. As you can see by the fact that like half of them are split hairs. Gold in here. For the arrow on the side of his belt. Or on the side of his armor. Okay. More gold up in there. And then there are rings and things, so I know that there's a ring back here. Oh. There. And then up around the parts that connect to the horns, I think, are also going to be gold as well. It looks like a skull that's on top of his head, which it might be. So I don't know if I need to paint this as a skull, if I just want to keep it gold, or keep it black. I sort of like the black. That's a good question, is do we bother turning it into a skull? We'll think about that. I think we should, but we'll think about that. A couple more metallic pieces here. Just little rings and things. There's some rings down here on the bottom of the staff. So we're going to paint them gold as well. Oh, breathing is hard. Let's see here. Oh, his belt buckle's gold. The gold trim there. Okay, that looks pretty good. We're gonna do a little bit more cleanup though, because I did see some spots that could use a little brown. And I was thinking about maybe putting the skull onto the screaming skull, or screaming skull onto the skull. But I need the Mornfang brown. Oh my god, my hands are so cold. Let's see, brown. Lead belcher, quartz black. Iron oxide, here we go. A little bit of iron oxide up into this portion back here. Just refill it out. Let's see. It's looking pretty good. I have 1 minute delay between writing and stream. I don't know if that might be me because I'm on Wi-Fi and I have to stream with higher quality. I wonder if I also have something else turned on. One sec here. Settings. Stream. Output. Stream. Everything's set to auto. Video. Yeah, I think it's just because of where I am and I have to use Wi-Fi and I have to do X, Y, Z and then I have to stream at a higher bit rate and I don't know. I would like it to be faster. The commissar has said as well that it is pretty slow. Unfortunately. Okay, so we're gonna do some more Screaming Skull here with my thin little brush because there's a tiny little skull down here. And remember to do the Mornfang brown on some of the upper parts I just saw. But there is some bone stuff here. Can be, yeah. She was also telling me that there was quite a bit of lag, and I said, well, okay. So what I might do is grab my desktop PC and drag it in here at some point and broadcast using that. That might make it a little easier. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to edge highlight this with the Screaming Skull, I think. That way I can keep the black portions on it. Distance difference, yes. You said Poland, so that's quite a ways away. I can't imagine the ping difference. So you said English isn't your first language. Do you find a lot of your work is in English, or is it a lot of it in Polish? Ooh, 200 milliseconds, yeah. That would track. Throw a little bit of this on the wet palette. And I'll just gently coat it on. grab a little water. And then cover the skull. Just the skull, not the armor, but just the skull. Oh, sorry, I was asking, because we said English is not your first language, I imagine your first language is probably Polish. Do you find a lot of the work that you get is in English or in Polish? Because you've got customers probably globally, I would imagine. And force that to dry, and I'll grab the skeleton board again. Excuse me. I guess what I'm asking is, are a lot of your customers in Poland, or are they in other parts of the world? Because I can't imagine trying to do support with someone who doesn't necessarily understand everything that you're saying. Like, because I live in Canada where there's not a lot of, in Polish, my native English would be second, and kind of speak Swedish, Norwegian, and German. Wow! That's a lot. That's crazy though. Because like, when I was working as a programmer, in Canada we speak English, and then we speak French, and we speak a couple different dialects of French. And some of my customers were French speakers, and so it was hard for us to try and convey to them at times what it is that we were going to do, and so they would misunderstand. I have to use some null oil here on the chainmail, and then I'll use a little null oil nowhere else, because that was, oh no, here on the staff. Just make the staff look dirty. And then a little Eggers Earth Shade on the gold portions, as is our way of doing things. A skeleton horde. Eggers Earth Shade, here we go. Looks like we might be basing this guy on Wednesday, because we're getting close to that 4 o'clock mark. I wasn't sure how long I was going to stream for today, but I thought 4 o'clock might be kind of the end of that, at my side, I guess. So another 20 minutes. Eggers Earth Shade here, and here, and here, and here. here. Keep that there. A little bit here. Some right there. Right there. We've got mostly Polish customers, but we've got some foreign also. Okay. That's kind of how we were, is that we had mostly English-speaking customers, but we had some that weren't English-speaking, and they just were not... I don't know if there's like a cultural difference, because different parts of Canada are funny to other parts of Canada, but they just did not care for people who couldn't speak French to them. Much on my brush here. Edge highlighting on the brown here. In Poland, you should learn multiple languages to find better jobs or work abroad. Yes, and they say the same thing for Canada, because in Canada you should learn French because a majority of your customers will speak French. I never learned French. I probably should learn French. I never learned French. Well, that's not true. I know a little French. I know how to ask where the bathroom is. Est-ce que je peux le nettoyer? Oh, no, that's not toilet, that's a pencil. Maybe I don't know how to ask where the bathroom is. Oh, no. Est-ce que je peux... La toilette? Toilette, that's it is. Toilette. Whew, that would be awkward. Excuse me, do you know where the pencil is? Le toilette. Okay, one last thing I'm going to do here, because we didn't get to the silver. Well, we still got 20 minutes. We can get to the silver. What am I saying? I'm just getting anxious. Okay, so I want to do blue here, I think. I think I'm going to do Calidor Sky and McCrag Blue, probably. McCrag Blue first. French is so weird, and what you write is nowhere near what you say. Exactly. You should see it in Canada, because, oh my god, this one's not open. Because we have, like, 5 different dialects of French where I live alone. So it's like, you could be speaking one language called Chiac. You could be speaking one language called Parisian French. You could be speaking one language called Acadien. You could be speaking another language called North Shore. Like, it's just, it's a mess how much French there is in this province. It's my first time using blue. Like, ever. I don't think I've ever put blue on a marine. It's multiples, yes. It's a pain in the head. Oh, actually, that blue turned out really nice. Just putting a little blue on there. Excuse me. We're going to highlight some Calidor Sky, which I've also never opened. Oh gosh. Oh gosh. Oh, I've got hand cramps. How's this a base? It's way too wet. Polish is not easy, even for some Polish people. We also have multiple dialects. Oh, you got multiple dialects as well? Oh, man. That's rough. So Polish is like the Canadian French almost. Almost. That's all I need that blue for, was just that. We do. Oh. Is this brighter? No. We might have just enough time to do the metallics on this, and then we're going to call it a stream. We'll do that, and then we'll wrap up. How's that sound? We'll use lead belcher. Nope. We use Stormhost silver. Yeah. My chunky Stormhost silver. Metallic's looking pretty good here. Might even throw, just because I'm here, a little bit of Nuln Oil on them just so it gets in the recesses. I think that's probably a good idea. And then we'll work on the OSL from the flames next time, as well as the basing. Because I do want to base this guy, and I have no idea how to base him or what to do for basing. But that's on the back of my head. Nuln Oil, here we go. Like Southwest Polish dialect is a mix of Polish and German. Oof. A lot of people don't understand when someone says like a mix, they think it's like, oh, like you're speaking, oh no, it's too wet. They think you're saying like, oh, it's like a totally different sounding language, but really it's kind of like you're saying some words in one language and some words in another language. It's like Shiak around here is like similar to that, where it's English and French together. So you wouldn't say the cat is black, and you wouldn't say le chat est noir. You'd say the cat is noir, là. And it's like, what happened there? Like, did I miss two parts of a language? Like, did I have a stroke? Like, what happened? You know what? I think we did a fantastic job today, dude. Like, we really killed it on this one. This is a fantastic looking model. I'm super hype. So I'm really excited with how this looks. Yeah. We're going to do a fantastic job when we come back to this on Wednesday. So we're going to base it. We're going to do... oh, it's a complete different language. Oh. I'll keep that in mind. But yeah, so this turned out really well. I'll take a picture of this and put this in the Discord so we can look at it together later or whatever the case is. We'll pick out any details or see anything we want to do. I'll definitely need some inspiration for basing on this thing, but I think this turned out pretty good. Wednesday's stream. What is Wednesday's stream? Wednesday's stream is we're going to get back to this thing, which is almost set now. And we'll do a resin cast on that and get some skulls in there for our Nexus Chaotica, which is sitting here looking good with its gem on top. And we're going to try and work on the Razorback and talk about what we're doing for the rest of the week on that one. Thanks. It's been a great stream, man. I appreciate you having me in. It's always a blast sitting talking. I still have to pick up Conflict 47 at some point, and I will. I just don't know when, but soon. It's going to be a future stream, probably after we get through a lot of the Warhammer stuff. But it still looks so badass, and I really do want to get into it. Anyway, I appreciate you joining me today, and I appreciate you hanging out, and I look forward to the next time that we chill together. Until then, praise the Emperor.